What's going on, everybody? It's your host. Now we're going to talk about Trump's boycott of the G20 summit. Ooh, who cares? At the end of the day, I don't really care. Look, whether we're there or not doesn't really matter. I understand it's about the climate change and blah, blah, blah. What are we going to do to really change it? Just plant more fucking trees. You guys want to know my simple solution to this? Plant more trees. Seriously. Make it to where there's less laws on tree planting. Just plant a lot of trees. They're the best carbon collectors. Problem solved. Most problems have a simple solution, by the way. Now, granted, do I believe that green energy is the future? Sure. Yeah. Does Donald Trump? I have no idea, nor do I really care, because I'm not Donald Trump. I voted for him, but I'm not him. I don't agree with everything Daddy does. But I will say this. The G20 summit, let's see. So this article from Financial Times says G20 defies Trump as leaders press on without the U.S. Agreements at G20 and COP30 show how America's absence has not demoralized world leaders. Yeah, well, I mean, who cares? Let's see. As he brought the gavel down on a G20 summit, with a tongue-in-cheek dig at the United States, South African President, President Cyril something struck a defiant note towards the isolationist stance of President Donald Trump and his self-imposed exile from multilateral bodies Washington once championed. I'm sorry, the G20 summit, it's like, I still don't understand why it's a big deal. It's the whole climate change thing. Do human beings, if we really want to prevent climate change, look, we don't need, okay, our dependence on fossil fuels, not a good thing. Not a good thing. Have we got a kind of a grasp on the whole thing? Sure, I think there's more things that need to be laid out. Does anybody give China a hard time for a lot of their violations? No, doesn't seem like anybody does. But yeah, U.S. is the bad guy for not showing up to the G20 summit. And, maybe Trump had a reason. This is the one thing nobody ever considers. What is the reason for not going to the G20 summit? Do I believe climate change is real? Absolutely. It happens all the time, whether human beings are the main reason or not. Honestly, though, human beings are rarely a main reason for it. We influence it, but not to the degree that people think. I think we give ourselves a little too much self-importance on the changing of the climate. Climate change just happens, whether human beings are here or not, whether we're digging up fuel or not. That's simple. I think that I don't know. I think that Trump has his reasons. Because, I don't know, I understand that there's a lot of people that don't like the whole globalist agenda. And I've heard that. And it makes sense to me. I'm not a big fan of globalism. I think that there's kind of a push towards like this whole one world government sort of thing. I'm not a fan of that. Never have been. I believe nations do need to be separate. They need to do their own things. Because not all nations' populaces believe the same thing. For instance, Middle Eastern countries are typically Islam. America's typically Christian. They are two warring ideologies. Well, no, two warring religions, if anything. And they've been warring for a long time. So, honestly, there are just some cultures that shouldn't... just don't work with the West. That's my opinion, at least. Is it a wrong opinion? Maybe it isn't. Most people will come at me and be like, with a very impassioned response saying, you don't believe in climate change? Yeah, I do believe in climate change, moron. I just think the G20 summit may not be as necessary as people think. And yeah, maybe Trump, the funny thing is everybody's so willing to vilify Trump on this one, but did anybody ask him why he didn't show up? There might have been a good reason behind it, by the way. Did that ever occur to anybody? Or maybe he is defying some of the other countries. I don't know. Maybe it's a big middle finger. And maybe it is. Who knows? Is that a bad thing? No. But yeah, I don't know, man. Heck yeah, dude. Happy Sunday, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. What up, my brony brother? Hell yeah. What's going on? Runaway train never going back. On a one-way track. Let's see. The 30-page Joanne. Okay, so let me see. The 30-page Joanne. I'm reading this article real quick, Financial Times. Let's see. The 30-page Johannesburg Declaration called for increased funding for renewable energy projects, more equitable critical mineral supply chains, and debt relief for poor countries, among other issues. We shall see each other again next year in the U.S., said who had refused a last-minute U.S. request to send a diplomat to accept a formal handling over the G20 presidency, which the U.S. assumes in December. Our shared goals outweigh our differences. Formed in 1999 as a forum to remedy economic crises, such as trade disputes and financial instability, G20 leaders also debate wider issues such as climate change. Dude, the G20 summit's just some stupid it's basically it's a convention for nations to get together. Okay, cool. Trump pulled out of the meeting saying it was a total disgrace that South Africa hosted the event and repeating false claims that the country is prosecuting its white population. I don't know how true that is. Is that true, though? Just because, and here's the thing. This is why I don't trust the mainstream media. Even this article, like, I hate reading news articles because I feel like a lot of it's misreported and a lot of it is... here's the thing. There could be evidence, of this. And it sounds like there is. I mean, this isn't the first time I've heard about this, and not from Trump, by the way, from other people on the internet. Not saying they're right, but to say it's a false claim, maybe he has some justification for this claim. Anyway, the G20 outcome, coupled with a similar defiance by other countries at the COP30 climate conference, highlighted the extent of America's strategic withdrawal from groups where it was once the linchpin, and the willingness of others to press ahead regardless. Well, that's fine. If the other countries want to press ahead, that's fine. The U.S. doesn't need to be involved in every single thing, especially in other countries' wars, by the way, which... yeah. While many countries will try to accommodate the U.S. in some respects, there is a line they won't cross, said Peter Aldridge, the managing director of Johannesburg-based consulting. In particular, the South Africa summit showed they were willing to act against U.S. wishes to protect multilateralism, and that is significant. Yeah. It's cool that all these nations' leaders got together, but... So Trump's main reason is that South Africa is hosting it. And because of genocide against the white population. That's not necessarily false, is it? Let's ask Google. Is there a genocide against white people in South Africa? Can you provide any proof? Let's see. So it says, no, there is no evidence to support the claim of a genocide against white people in South Africa. This narrative is persistent but false claim, widely debunked by independent experts, fact-checking organizations, the South African government, and U.S. State Department. Okay, but here's the thing. I don't trust the people that call themselves fact-checkers. I think that there's independent experts, really. High crime rates affect all races. South Africa has one of the highest murder rates in the world due to a general problem with violent crime, poor rural policing, and gang activity. Gang activity, huh? Well, it sounds like... Yeah. The majority of murder victims are black South Africans, reflecting the country's demographics and the concentration of crime in poorer areas. I see. Now, this is interesting. So it says farm attacks are primarily crime-motivated. While farm attacks are brutal and a serious concern, the primary motive is almost always robbery, not a systemic, racially motivated killing campaign. Victims include white and black farmers and farm workers. It just sounds like they have a gang problem. It sounds like it's a good thing that Trump actually didn't go to the G20 summit in South Africa. It sounds like they got too many issues. They shouldn't even be hosting it at all. Based on what that says, I don't think yeah. I'm just trying to get to the truth. So this is what Google is saying, right? Now I'm trying to figure out, is there a genocide? And this is what Trump is saying there is. It sounds like there's an attack on farmers in South Africa, and that's pretty messed up, by the way. These countries got to get their crap together, dude. Why would anybody want to attend a G20 summit at that location? Anyway, the sentiment, let's see. There was a sense that we had to send a message ahead of the U.S. presidency, said one of the people. The sentiment reappeared during the summit as European leaders, together with Japan and Canada, met to discuss a response to the U.S.-Russian peace plan for Ukraine and pushed back against U.S. pressure by calling for additional work on the draft. Let's see. At the COP30 summit in Brazil, which the U.S. also skipped, the EU and UK and others agreed in a less ambitious deal than hoped, but salvaged global climate cooperation despite fears that other countries would follow Trump's decision to quit the Paris Agreement for the second time. The time when multilateralism is frankly under a lot of strain. I think countries have come together and said, actually, we want multilateralism. Said, okay. So let me get this straight. People are mad at Trump for protesting the location of the G20 summit. And after kind of reading about some of the things about South Africa, I can't say I blame him. Why should it be hosted there? Yeah, G20 summit sounds like a joke. It's cool. Sure, I think it's good for countries to communicate with each other, obviously. But I think most countries should just communicate with each other on a one-on-one basis. Like, each leader needs to call the other leader, work out a few things. Yeah, Trump's doing an amazing job. I think the problem is the news makes Trump out to be like this fucking Bond villain, right? And look, I'm not a fan of everything Trump does. Like, everybody thinks I'm like this super, like, Trump apologist. I don't think Trump has anything to apologize for, to be honest. And people love acting like he's just the worst thing since whatever. It just blows my mind. But of course, honestly, I do consider Trump derangement syndrome to be a thing. There are some people that get so emotional when they have to talk about Trump. It's the weirdest thing. I don't get it. Like, look, I think he's cool. I really do. Like, I thought Trump was cool well before he became president. And, you know, I think it actually hurt his business, to be honest. And as much as I want him to be president, I do want Vance to be president in 2028. That's for sure. Yeah, give me a little Vance, dude. Vance in my pants. Where did I put my phone at? One moment, folks. But now I will say that I think that the hyperbolic nature of everybody about, like, Trump wasn't at the G20 summit. I don't know. I just think that it's so fucking typical. By the way, it's not, G20 summit is not just about climate change. They talk about climate change, but it is not primarily a climate change thing. It's really about global economics more than anything. But I don't know. Liberals, the more I look into the G20, this is not just, it's really more of an economic forum. But of course, as it always devolves into human beings are the source cause of all climate. You know, it's not. We actually don't have that much to do with the climate changing, shockingly. So it's not like we can prevent it, really. I mean, we could do our best to stave it off a little bit, but we can't prevent any form of climate change. Now, do I think our dependence on fossil fuel is good for our environment? No, I don't think so. But for right now, it is. Anyway. Now, the question is, should I have attended the G20 summit? Should I have? It's a good question. Should Trump have sent me to the G20 summit? Could I have sparked world peace? Yes. I love trolling you guys so much. I could talk about anybody I want. That's why I do the show. Now, look, for the most part, what I'm thinking here is this: G20 summit, didn't attend. It sounds like Trump wasn't protesting the summit itself. He was protesting the location in which the summit was at. That matters. And you know what? Maybe did it ever occur to anybody that maybe, and because my distrust of the mainstream media forces me to take an opposite stance to it a lot of the time. Mainly because I think that mainstream media lies. I really do. And it sucks because, honestly, fear sells better than anything. So if you could sell somebody a fearful narrative and twist it around in your favor, you can use words to twist truth. You can even use logic to twist truth, unfortunately. which is sad. You would think logic could help you get to the truth, but sometimes it can help you make a lie look like the truth. Sadly. I just think that I just don't trust the mainstream media. You know, I'm not like Trump's biggest fanboy in the world. There are some things that he does that do piss me off. The crypto thing, it's annoying. Stop it. Other than that, though, it's either Trump or some sort of Democrat, you know, leading the way, and I don't want Democrats, so I'll take Trump. Is he the best option? Probably better. Was he the best selection at the time? I believe he was. I still do. I would rather him instead of Kamala. I feel like the border would have just been left open and it would have been status quo. I feel like there are changes that are happening. I feel like federal programs are being diminished, which is good. Probably too many out there. I think there needs to be social safety nets. Absolutely. I'm not saying get rid of the social safety nets. I'm just saying look at all the agencies that exist and tell me why we have 4,000. I think that there are some agencies that really, really matter. FDA makes sense. No. Those matter. But I do believe there are far too many social programs. I hate the fact that government pays for college. I think that's, in some instances, they do. They'll like you Pell Grants and stuff. And honestly, I don't want my tax dollars going to college kids. I don't. It's the way I see it. But yeah, overall, I think that the G20 summit, you know, Trump's involvement, you know, people overreacting, I think is a big deal. I think too many people overreact. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that people overreact. It's really the key thing I want to just kind of point out. You know, what will stop people from overreacting? Fuck if I know. But, you know, eventually maybe people will. And, yeah. And we'll see a better future. I gotta check something, my brony brothers. But yeah, no, the way I look at it is, like I said, it's just, politics is interesting. Because one, I think that a lot of people pretend like they know what's going on in the world because they read all these news articles. I don't believe that. I don't believe anybody really does. I think that most of the reporting these days is dishonest and disingenuous. And I think a lot of it is, I call it hate media, where it's just like they just put out anything they can to make the dude look like Hitler. And that's my problem. I don't think Trump is an evil person. I really don't. Sure, the news, the funny thing is the news media has done a very good job at making some people look like the villain. And then you learn about them and you're like, yeah, the news, if they don't like somebody, if a news organization, if mainstream media doesn't like you, they go after you. It's as simple as that. And you see it all the time with certain figures, certain people, and you find out it's not that bad. Just the mainstream media just loves to, find their devil. And, and Donald Trump is the mainstream media's devil. They see him as the devil. And people with Trump derangement syndrome see Trump as the devil. They see anything he does. He can breathe air, and they'll say that he was breathing air like Hitler. That's how Hitler breathed. Yeah. Ridiculous. So I think my problem is the hyperbolic nature of liberals and the hyperbolic nature of mainstream media to make everything painted as doom and gloom, make the world seem like it's a worse place than it actually is. In fact, I would say the news is more of a net negative because they are looking for the train wreck rather than the sunrise. So I don't trust the news, is what I'm trying to say. I think that I'd rather be uninformed than misinformed. I think that the more you read the news, I think the more of a spiteful and hateful person you become. I believe that. You see it all the time, man. You see it all the time. And I'm an anti-news guy. I mean, it's good to be informed, sure. But I think the news is like hard liquor. And I say this a lot about certain things. But it's like socialism's like hard liquor in small doses, tiny shots. Just like I think that news should be digested very minimally. It's the smartest thing you can do. I try not to get into the news. I really don't. I'd rather not sometimes know what's going on. Because it's like, what am I going to really learn from this? I feel like there's just not much you can really learn from the news. At least nothing of value, right? So I don't know. What's your guys' take on this? Am I a little bit... Do I exaggerate in the fact that I think that the news is poison, mental poison? Sure, I think the news really is mental poison. But... maybe should I change my view? Am I wrong? Should I accept the news in my heart? Should I be like, Daddy news stations, I love you. I need you and I want you. Crawling underneath my skin. Like the hunger, like the burning. To find the place I've never been. Now I'm broken. And I'm fading. Bozo Corcus. No, but overall, I think what I'm really trying to get at is this. The news, I think the mainstream media lies. I just do. That's my perception. I have a major distrust of mainstream media. I don't care whether it's Fox News. By the way, I don't even watch Fox News. I hate it when people accuse me of being a Fox News watcher. On the contrary, I can't stand Fox News. I call that boomer news. I call MSNBC MSDNC. I just think most media these days is just, it's a doom and gloom cycle. So the thing is, I choose to focus on things that I can control. What can I control? I can control my output. I can control my efforts. I can make decisions. And those decisions can create some kind of output. Maybe not always the ideal one, but I can make decisions. I think I should be happy about that. And I think if we focus on our own decision-making abilities and our own thoughts, and also obviously, read books, not news articles. I think news articles are stupid. Read actual books that talk about a concept. I think that news detox, I think, is a good thing. I choose to not read the news because I think it muddles the mind. I think it muddles the mind with pointless facts, things that don't really matter at the end of the day, at least to one relatively speaking. Even financial news, I don't really give a shit. I don't need to know shit about what's going on in the stock market. All I know is I'm diversified. Sweet. That's all I need to know. Dre30 says, thanks, Aristotle. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Bozo Corrigas. Gary is saying, how can you talk about anyone? I don't know. Because I'm the one with the frosting, which means I'm the captain now. I'm the captain now. But yes, I do believe the news muddles your mind. Which is why I don't really ever read it. I don't even really watch the news. Occasionally, I do tend to watch a video or two just to kind of see what's going on in the modern world. But it's usually, they're videos that are about a product or a service, not about death and destruction. I think that's all the news really is. It shouldn't be called the news. It should just be called the death and destruction report, but that's not very sexy, is it? You know? In fact, instead of calling it the news, just call it bad events. Because it's very rare for mainstream media to cover anything that, you know what I mean? They could even, what's worse is that I feel like even the mainstream media takes something that is a positive and will spin it into something that they perceive as a negative. I think that the problem is, what's the old saying that to a hammer, everything's a nail? Well, I think to a news anchor, everything is doom and gloom, even the good news. So I don't know. I think you have to be kind of a pessimist in a lot of ways to be a news anchor. I think you have to be kind of a special kind of piece of garbage to be a news anchor. I mean, thank you to all the news anchors who read the news, but I think you do have to be a special kind of piece of shit to really be a news anchor. I guess you could say I am one. I'm not a real news anchor, though. I make fun of the news. I think it's stupid. All I did was I told ChatGPT to look up the 5 most trending stories, and this one came up as the number 1. So I was like, okay, let's talk about this. I read up on it a little bit, and I was like, okay, this is gay. All right, let's read up on it anyway. And I was like, oh, go figure. People overreacting to something Trump did. He's boycotting South Africa as the location of the G20 summit. I can't say I blame him. He's got his reasons, and it looks like it was about, But at the same time, man, I really just don't give a shit. News means nothing to me. The news means absolutely nothing to me. And I'm not saying that because I'm, maybe I'm a little narcissistic. I'll grant myself that. But at the same time, I just feel like there's nothing it'll accomplish at the end of the day. I think if I stick to my thoughts, if I stick to my efforts and try to help those around me to the best of my ability, I think I can make the world a better place. And I think if everybody does that, we can all make the world. It's a very simple philosophy, too. It's not a tough one. And I think the more we become so externally focused instead of internally, because if we could focus internally for a second, just close your eyes for a moment, focus internally, and it sounds like some hokey meditation shit, but it's not. Close your eyes, look inward for just a second and ask yourself, who am I truly? And you may not always like the answer because your brain kind of is forced to answer at that point. Who am I truly? And I'm listing off tons of things in my head right now. I feel like I'm charitable, hard worker. Things will come to mind if you ask the right questions, but who am I really? In trying to figure out who you actually are at your core, what your attributes are, can give you a bit of a blueprint. And then also another thing is, who do I want to be? That's another question. That's a fun one to ask too. We got to seek in, as a society, we promote external thinking to blame our external environment when we need to really focus on fixing our internal. Because I will admit, now, obviously, I'm not trying to make a hokey pokey thing, but I am saying that your life needs to start, the change needs to start with your life. If you want to change the world, I need to keep my house clean. How else am I going to, and I have been, my refrigerator's a little messy on the top of it, but for the most part, I keep my house clean. I feel like a hypocrite if my house is dirty, right? Because how can I really promote anything? How can I promote an idea if my house is dirty, for instance, right? It's a weird philosophy. It's a weird one. But anyway, let's read the comments. Sorry. I tend to go off on tangents. Nate Dog sent a happy poop. Yum, yum. Thank you for the happy poop, my man. Now, sometimes you do need external gratification, like happy poop gifts. Yum, yum. Thank you, my boy Nate Dog. Let's see. Machiavellian Train says, seek help, clown. Hell yeah. Kitty Gamer says, hi. What up, Kitty Gamer? How you doing, my brony brother? Lark says they love that he isn't there. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, Trump's not a popular guy. And maybe that's why I relate to Trump, because I don't think I'm a very popular guy either. I'm a very easy guy to hate. But it's because I'm cocky. I can get cocky. I can be a very hateable person. I try not to be, though. I try not to be too hateable. But let's see. Kitty Gamer says people should like and sub to him. Well, I appreciate that, Kitty Gamer. Thank you. More subs, the more simps, Radical, how can you promote anything with your face looking like that? I don't know, man. I'm the frosting brother. I'm the frosting brony brother, and I'm here to save your soul. Kitty Gamer says, don't be rude. But I will say thank you, Nate Dog, for the happy poop yum yum. I appreciate it. I always appreciate the happy poop yum yums. They make me very satisfied. They make me very happy. And I get a little moist thinking about it. Kitty Gamer doesn't hate anybody. Hell yeah. But I will say this. The whole G20 summit thing, I kind of don't blame Trump for boycotting it because of the location alone. It wasn't necessarily that he was boycotting the principle of the G20 summit. I think it looks like he was promoting promoting. It looks like he was protesting where the G20 summit was located this time around. Fair. I think that's fair. I really do. And honestly, based on some of the things I read about South Africa, things that are going on there, it seems like I can't say I blame Trump. Should he have probably gone anyway? I don't know how important the G20 summit is now at this point. I think didn't the U.S. start it anyway? So it was something that was started by the U.S. to begin with, if I remember right. And I could be wrong, but yeah. I got makeup because I'm sexy. I'm a sexy man. Make sure you guys like the stream. Like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Liking the stream helps promote it and pushes it out more to the world. And we're really looking to expand the reach of the stream. So more subscribers, the better. We're really trying to increase the subscriber count in as many ways as we can. So I appreciate everybody's little efforts on this one, and everybody's been very kind in hitting that like button, man. Yeah, but thank you guys for tapping that like button. No, we've been getting more likes than I expected. It rises quickly too. People just tapping that like button, man. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel sexy. There's a lot of people in the chat. I appreciate it. But yeah, like I said, man, we're trying to reach 10 likes. We're trying to reach 10 likes in 5 minutes. 10 likes in 5 minutes. So if you guys can tap that like button, we can get to the like counter that we need. I want to see how many likes we can get, man. How many likes? So 10. Do you guys think we could get to 10 likes in like 5 minutes? I think we can. I think we can, bronies. My brony brothers. You guys are my bronies, all right? Let's rock it. I'm an e-girl. At this point in my life, I'm definitely an e-girl, man. Do you guys think I'm a beautiful e-girl? Actually, let me get a poll going. Give me 1 second, folks. Give me a second, folks. Hold on. Give me a second, folks. Sorry about that. All right, so the simple question, should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? Was it necessary for Trump to boycott the G20 summit? I am the Lorax. So let's see, we got 2 votes on this poll. So tap like, you guys, tap like. Should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? 2 votes say no. Three votes say no. Oh my goodness. We might see everybody vote no, and that's okay. I like seeing the public opinion. I don't always agree with it, but look, I think the location, I understand why he was boycotting the location. That makes sense to me. Brandon 94 Castillo sent a 100. Thank you very much, my brony brother. I appreciate that gift. But yeah, we got 5 votes. Everybody's voting no on this. This is a little bit surprising. I do want to see the result of this poll, by the way. So let's take a look, man. We'll see what happens. But thank you. Make sure you guys subscribe to Brandon94 Castillo for the jewels. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to my boy Nate Dogg, Orochi Spellweaver. I know my boy doesn't make any YouTube videos or anything like that, but I wouldn't mind if some people subscribe to my boy anyway. Besides, he might choose to do some game streaming one of these days. I know he likes to play some games, and you never know. Oh, Royal 007 Cowboys used to be famous in the 90s. Hell yeah, dude, what a beast. Oh, no, I'm just telling people to subscribe to you for sending me a happy poop. I'm just telling everybody to subscribe to my boy. Leave me alone and pay your rent. Oh, man. So, hold on now. Hold on. Do you accept Dogecoin, Nate Dogg? I hope you accept Dogecoin. That's the goal, at least. But yeah, so I mean, here's the thing, man. I think that the location of the G20 summit, if a nation wants to boycott the location, if a nation's leader wants to boycott the location of where a certain summit is being held, like, for instance, if, like, let's say they held it in America, and people are like, nah, not a big fan of the climate in America right now and how people are. Like, let's say France did, or Germany, or some other countries. Okay. I don't think they should be vilified for it. If they want to boycott the location it's at, sure. Nate Dogg says, taking a Doge in the toilet right now. Do you accept Fortnite V-Bucks? If I gave you Fortnite V-Bucks, would you be okay with that? I know you want my V-Bucks. I know you do. When rent is due, I like to give V-Bucks. But you never accept them, unfortunately, so that sucks. Nobody ever accepts my V-Bucks. I thought V-Bucks was a universal currency. It's not, that's what I thought. Kitty Gamer says, Kitty Gamer saying I voted for Trump, but let's see. So Kitty Gamer says I voted for Trump, but I don't pick sides or care what each side does. Exactly. That's how, Kitty Gamer, that is exactly how I feel. Spot on. I may have voted for Trump, but at the end of the day, it's only because I had to really choose between two. I could have not voted, but fuck it. I was like, I'll vote for Trump. Because if I'm going to choose between one or the other, I'll vote for the one I could tolerate the most. And I could not stand Joe Biden or Kamala. So I was like, So I voted for Trump. I think that's pretty much main reason people voted for Trump. I think if you voted for Trump, you're not a racist. You're not a sexist. You just couldn't stand the Democratic Party. Who can? But anyway, exactly. I don't really give two shits what each side does. You know what I mean? Low-key Nightmares is asking, should I sub? Yeah, absolutely you need to sub, dude. Low-key Nightmare, why not sub, man? You could be submissive if you want to be. You could dance if you want to. You could leave your friends behind. Because if your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. And berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Dude, the chat is getting very zesty right now. Dude, 8 votes. Should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? 8 votes, all of them are no. Not a single yes. That is actually kind of wild to me. Kitty Gamer saying, as long as each side doesn't affect me, why should I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody really should care if they don't want to. If somebody wants to care, that's on them, obviously, but like, so Stephen Davis is asking if I'm a Trump sheep. I like Trump, but it doesn't mean I'm a sheep. So we got 8 votes in this poll, by the way. 8 total votes. Everybody said no so far. That's crazy. It's going to be an interesting poll. I may not get the result that I want. I wanted everybody to say yes. Because honestly, based on what I've read about South Africa, I'm like, dude, maybe everybody should have boycotted this. Am I a Trump sheep? Nate Dogg says he is. Yeah, I mean, I'm Trump sexual. I would say that, I'm fairly Trump sexual. I think the dude's funny. I think the guy has the art of smack down, the art of trash talk down to a science. It's impressive. Do I emulate everything the guy does? No. There's a few things that I read in the book of it's called the art of. So what have I read about South Africa? Let's see. Well, I read a couple things that there's a lot of gang violence there. And then, let's see, what was the other thing I read? It's a pretty unstable country for the most part. Let's see. What else did I read? Oh, yeah, so a lot of the farm attacks that are happening are primarily crime motivated. Not all of them are racially motivated, it looks like. But it's been violent. Those attacks have been very violent. And let's see. And I don't know how much I should trust these statistics, by the way. Let's see. Let's see here. But yeah, no, there's still a lot of issues that are going on in South Africa. It's just like what's going on in Mexico. It's like gang violence all over the place. It's an unstable country. So yeah, I mean, if I were Trump, or if I were any of those nations, to be honest, I'm not, obviously. I'm not the leader of any of those nations, but why would I want to be in that country? Why can't the G20 summit be held in a country that's not unstable as hell? Well, it doesn't surprise me that there's gang violence. But no, what have I read outside the news, since I don't trust the news? I mean, hell, I sometimes don't trust most of the statistics that are out there, but when you don't know who to trust, you got to infer a little bit. You still read what's out there. I do take it with a grain of salt, by the way, so I may very well be wrong in this. I'm not going to die on this branch, but not dying on this hill. But no, it doesn't surprise me. It sounds like what's going on in South Africa is similar to a lot of the gang violence that happens out in freaking Mexico. I mean, G20 Summit's really just an economic forum more than anything, from what I've been able to tell. I mean, sure, they talk about things like climate change and shit like that, but I don't know why. I don't know why they would hold it in South Africa, though. If there's been atrocities that have been happening at a massive scale, then why would they? I guess I get why he wanted to boycott it. When the mainstream media is telling me that I should think a certain way about a story, that's when I think the opposite. So it depends on what the mainstream media is trying to infer. If they're trying to tell me that what Trump was doing was wrong, it was probably the right decision. And that's the thing. I've always learned that the best thing you could do is be contrarian to the news. If they're telling you to think one way, think the opposite. I still think for yourself, though. I still think intelligently about things. But at the end of the day, yeah, I don't trust for the life of me most of the news organizations, even the stats. Even the stats I agree with, by the way. It doesn't surprise if there were gang violence in South Africa. It's not a very stable nation, by the sounds of it. Could be. Maybe some of the information is incorrect. I do believe most data is flawed. And it paints some of a picture, but not the complete picture. But, yeah. I'm sure, people constantly blame America for slavery, when in all reality, slavery's been around for, sadly, a long time. But nobody ever gives America credit for ending it. So, I don't know. There's a lot of people, I'll jump to a few conclusions myself. But yeah, I think most of the news is ridiculous, is what I'm saying. I think that, you can't just, I'll tell you what, any decision that Trump makes tends to be vilified. And this is why I don't, if you're trying to tell me he's the devil, what is your incentive to do so, right? Because every story needs its villain, correct? So if every story needs its villain, you can paint anybody to be the devil. Seriously. But, I will say this. If Trump didn't want to be painted by the devil by the mainstream media, he probably should have kissed the media's ass a little bit, but that's not in Trump's nature. Trump isn't a kiss ass at the end of the day. Trump that's not the kind of dude he is. And by the way, I'm not a Trump apologist because I don't think he has anything to apologize for. At this point, big deal. He missed out on the G20 summit. He made it very clear why. It's not like it was a mystery. That's the way I see it, at least. People can call me a Trump sheep or whatever. Honestly, if people want to label me that, I could also label everybody as mainstream media sheep. Seriously. I just don't think that I don't think the mainstream media is out for the truth. If anything, I think they're out to paint a doom and gloom dystopia picture. Like I said, to a hammer, everything's a nail. To most news anchors, everything is a tragedy. Nate Dogg says that's not what apologist means. Okay, maybe I used it in the wrong context. But either way, I guess I should rephrase that then. Am I a Trump fanboy? Yeah, absolutely. I always thought his rise in business was very interesting. I always thought his investment strategies were interesting. I think some of his decisions were, is he a nice guy? No. He's kind of a dick. But, that's all right. Not everybody's perfect. I'm 100% a Trump apologist. You are 100%. Okay, well, either way, I mean, like, I just don't think that everything he does is wrong. And I think the thing is, I just believe that the mainstream media paints him to be a devil that he's not. I do believe they exaggerate how bad of a person he is. Is he a great person? Is he a saint? No. Has he done some things wrong? I'm pretty sure he has. Absolutely. I think most people who get into politics, including Trump, have skeletons in their closet. I do. I believe that if you get into the world of politics, I think there's a level of narcissism that you have to have, without a doubt. Is he a narcissist? Yes, but yeah, every other president's pretty much been one too. I think the difference between Trump and other presidents, though, and one thing I like about him, is he is telling you that he's fucking you. Other presidents basically try to candy coat things and make it seem like everything's hunky-dory. I will say, if Trump thinks something's shit, he says it's shit. It's actually kind of admirable. Do I think he backs some retarded shit? Sure. I think Bitcoin is stupid. I think the whole Trump coin is stupid. So I can't say I'm 100% Trump apologist. I think the devil to me, is the mainstream media. Even before Trump was, by the way, even before Trump was in office, I always had a disdain for the mainstream media. I always had a disdain for the anchors that always acted like everything was the end of the world. I just felt like I was never a news guy. So let's see, I'm a nihilist. How am I a nihilist? Whoa. I'm quite a few things. I'm a narcissist, probably. But I'm far from a nihilist. I don't think the world is as doom and gloom as the news makes it out to be. There are some things that are going on in the world, obviously, that are bad. There's a mixture of bad and good happening at all times in the world. At all times. And that's the truth. There's a lot of people out there in the world. There's a lot of events going on as we're speaking. Small, large, bad, good. They happen. But I will say this, though. I think that the mainstream media, I think most news outlets are rotten to the core. I think journalism's dead. I think ethical journalism died. It died a long time ago. And I think the only thing you could really trust now is, I'm trying to figure out how I'm a nihilist, yeah. Thank you, Anon, I appreciate it. Either way, I'm a Trump fanboy. I wouldn't say I'm a Trump apologist, but I don't think everything he does is wrong. And I'm not a fan of the media. Always, it's 24/7. It's the media always painting this guy as the devil. I just can't. I just don't believe it. And with a lot of the misreporting that tends to happen, and people taking everything so literally, that's a problem. I'm rotten to the core, probably. Who knows? I might be rotten to the core. I mean, I'm not totally opposed to anybody saying that. But yeah, yeah. But I will say this, if people want to say I'm a Trump apologist, all right then. As Eminem once said, I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would you claim I am? Oh, man. So no, I think that, if you call somebody the devil long enough, if you call somebody Hitler long enough, that gets to them. It gets to somebody. So if news organizations are constantly calling this guy the most evil person on the planet, what are you going to think of the mainstream media if you're that person? Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say I was the president of the United States. Let's say, hypothetical world, okay? Let's say I was. and the mainstream media just told me I was all these awful things and kept saying this and that, I'd be like, F you guys. F you guys. So I don't know. That would be my stance. And I think that's kind of the stance that Trump has taken, is he's basically saying, America doesn't trust the mainstream media. I sure as hell don't. And yeah. So I think Trump is a representation of all of our middle fingers to the mainstream media. That's what I think. Seriously. So him not going to the G20 summit, I'm for it. I thought I was going to be against it, but I wanted to read a couple articles. I read a couple articles. I still don't trust the news, by the way. But I wanted to see for myself what they were saying. And of course, like most of the news articles, they exaggerated and said that it was like basically, oh, the U.S. is now a joke because they didn't go to the fucking G20 summit. Ooh, it's a forum, for God's sakes. Yeah, that's cool. Good for all these nations for coming together, trying to figure out some global economic stuff. I'm not against that. I actually get why he was against the location. And sometimes it takes a brave few to stand up against the collective. He stood up against the collective. Yeah. So honestly, the individualist in me is looking at that and saying, oh, he stood up against the bullies. Cool. All right. Sounds good to me. But yeah, as always, the mainstream media will always paint someone as the devil. You have to find the bad guy. It's very convenient that Trump is consistently the bad guy. It makes for good ratings, that's for sure. Anytime they talk about Trump in any light, usually it's in the negative light, obviously, but anytime they talk about Trump, their ratings go up. Trump really, they should be thanking Trump for the good ratings. No, but the way I look at it's pretty simple. I'm an individualist at heart. I see Trump as basically a middle finger. I just don't like the mainstream media. It's really all it boils down to. I'm very simple. I have a distrust of mainstream media. I really do. And this distrust has gone on for a long time. It started kind of when I was a senior in high school, now that I think about it. I was watching a few news programs and I just felt like, something just seemed off, you know? I just felt like there was always a common theme of doom and gloom, right? You know, and I just, like I said, at the end of the day, I'd rather just be uninformed than misinformed. You know what I mean? For instance, I could take my time to read interesting books like this that are within, kind of within my wheelhouse. Let's see. I actually got this. I picked this up at the library recently for free. It was in the free section, but it was like, it's called Aftershock. This one's actually looks a little pessimistic itself. It says, protect yourself and profit in the next global financial meltdown. But this is kind of a recollection of history, right? I think the news, when you talk about current events, I don't think you're getting the full picture, right? So when news is reported, you're actually getting a very incomplete picture, typically the doom and gloom side of it. It's not until their time passes and somebody really studies and compiles and understands what events happened. I like books that are historical because hindsight is obviously 20/20. I don't like reading about current events. You want to know why I talk about current events? Is because that's what gets people's eyeballs on this show. I really don't give two shits about current events. I really don't. Now, I will say, I think I will say this, before everybody says, I'm a Trump apologist and blah, 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 blah. I'll say you this. I've read the works of Trump well before he became president. Listened to some of his audiobooks. I still find him to be a fascinating individual. The way he speaks is doesn't sound intelligent, but I will admit the way he strategizes is pretty interesting. Thank you, Sam. I don't think I'm super intelligent on certain things. I'll admit that. Even the world of politics, I admit, can sometimes be outside of my wheelhouse. Read the word of Trump, you mean? No, it's not Bible. I don't worship like the guy like I'm in a cult. Like, this is the one thing that is frustrating. I can like Trump, right? And I'm not in a cult. I think he's cool. It's kind of like, you know how somebody likes a celebrity? Like, I like Christian Bale a lot. I think he's a fabulous actor. I do. I love Christian Bale. I think he's the man. I think he's a fascinating individual because he has this ability to be someone else and disassociate from his own personality. I think that's a hell of a gift. I mean, some people call it a psychiatric disorder, but I think it's a gift. And for me, I see guys like Trump, and I do see him as successful. And I model people who are successful. And now people always say, like, oh, but Trump went bankrupt. And it's like, but he's a billionaire now. You know, you have to hit a few roadblocks before you eventually become something big. You know, I've hit plenty of roadblocks in my life. If everybody judged me by all the times I fucked up in something, I mean, I would have never got off the couch and done anything. You know? But, see, Tylord, Nate Dogg's in here. I see Sam's in here. Let's see. But yeah, no, Tylord, appreciate Tylord in here too. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I see what happens in the news, and I see, if, you know, here's the thing. If they didn't always paint Trump as this devil, I probably would have more trust of the mainstream media. Like, I can understand if people have problems with Trump, but I just don't think everything he does is like for the detriment of others. I just don't think he's that bad of a dude. I really don't. And I just think that there's such an exaggeration. And I think the problem I have is hyperbolic people. I don't like hyperbolic people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like, I shouldn't say that because I do know hyperbolic people. Well, I don't like it when hyperbolic people go a little too cray-cray. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. I'm going off on a tangent, you guys. Sorry about that. No, at the end of the day, I think the news is poison to the brain. I have some pretty simple fucking philosophies. I'm more interested in studying software development than studying the news. I think at the end of the day, the news is a total waste of time for me. I think it's a waste of time for most people, if I'm going to be honest. I think people would be doing themselves a favor. You know, I think a lot of people go to therapy, for example, I think that honestly, if they just stopped reading the news, they wouldn't need to go to therapy, you know. That's my take on it. I think most people are psychologically unstable is because they're always reading doom and gloom. It'd be like, for example, if you always looked at pictures of like terrible actions, like let's say you always looked at pictures of beheadings and war and terrible shit like that, that would affect you psychologically. If that's what you looked at 24/7. I think the same goes for the news. I think it turns people into messed up people. And yeah. Says the guy who's wearing frosting on his face. I know. I understand. I understand how this looks. I really do enjoy talking about subjects like this, though. I kind of enjoy talking about like the philosophies behind why people do what they do, you know. But yeah, no, I just feel like the news is it's look, it's good to have an informed society. I still think that journalistic integrity is dead. Like I said, I even thought this well before Trump was in office. Really. I'm serious. I really believe this even before Trump was in office. I do believe that there is a level of rot. I say it again. I said rot earlier, but I'm going to say rot again. I think there's a rot in the mainstream media. And by the way, I'm pessimistic of things. So Zen is saying I lack integrity. I'm not informed. I am uninformed, but I'm proud to say that I'm not misinformed, right? The goal for me, I'd rather be uninformed than misinformed, right? Because I think the news, the mainstream media, is trying to get people to believe in lies. And let's even take Trump out of the equation. Think about all the stories that the mainstream media reports. Listen to their attitudes the next time you listen to a news report. Even read the tone of the article. By the way, read the tone of the article. And you'll see that really it's just always seems like there's some sort of dire warning. And this is something that I also tell people, like, I think people shouldn't watch CNBC and Fox Business if they want to be good investors, because CNBC and Fox Business make investing seem like a gambling arena. It's basically an investment. Those are investment news television channels. I think that those are poison too. And they're just about finance. I just think that what they teach is garbage, because they teach people to be so conscientious of what the market's doing day by day by day by day, when really what they should be focused on is, am I investing in something that's good? Am I diversified? They don't teach any concepts that matter in investing on those channels. They teach you how to be a scared gambler, right? And this is the thing. This is why I'm so opposed to even watching the news for more than 10 minutes. I can take 10 minutes or 15 minutes of watching the news, maybe 5. There are times I'm like, I don't want to hear it. The world's been burning for a long time. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, there's always going to be bad things that happen. It sucks. It really does. I can't stand war. I think that war is a terrible thing. And no, you're not ignorant, by the way, Zen Munkin. I'm not ignorant for not wanting to be fed misinformation. That's not ignorance. Honestly, that's discipline. I want to say that's discipline. You want to know why? I think it takes a disciplined mind to focus on things that matter. I do. I feel like I have a fairly disciplined mind because I do focus on things that matter, and I don't think the news matters. I think the news is a pessimistic hellhole. And yeah, I am pessimistic towards pessimism. Very much so. I don't find much optimism in pessimism. I just don't. And how can I? I mean, I guess I could try. Maybe the pessimism in others makes me realize I should be optimistic, I guess. So there's that optimistic takeaway. I guess you could always be optimistic, but no, I just think that there are levels of pessimism that go on in the news that just, I think it keeps people mentally stagnant. And I see that the most neurotic of people tend to watch the news or read the news all the time. They need to know every little bit and cranny of what's going on in the world when you don't really need to know that much. Seriously. I mean, it's good to know things. I'm not saying don't learn things. I'm saying that there are better teachers in this life. There are better teachers in this life than the news. You could read a book on a subject. You can learn new things, you know. So Nate Dogg is saying the Garzian brother. Oh, God, no. The Garzian Brotherhood is all forgiving. Oh, Jesus. Nate Dogg, I don't want to be a cult leader. I don't want to be a cult leader. No. And that sounds way too close to the Aryan Brotherhood. Stop it. No. No. Good Lord, man. Oh, man. We got Ty Lord in the house. Ty Lord's wondering if Mr. Nate Dogg had any progress on anything Ark related. I don't know. Nathan, have you been playing Ark lately? Wonder. That's right. I honestly, it's funny when Nathan, when you and Billy were talking about Ark the other day, the ARC Ark. It's funny because I legit thought you guys were still talking about like the Ark that you guys always played. It's funny that there's two Arks. I love it. They're probably made by different companies. Ark Raiders. I need to get. Oh, okay. Ark Raiders. Got it. Sam Bram is saying, I already worship you, Garza, and I'm not ashamed a bit. I've been playing Ark the Lad, really great. Well, I appreciate you, Sam, for being obsessed with my mussy. I guess that makes me feel good. Don't worship me, man. I'm not a god. I'm a fraud. I'm not a god. No, but I don't want to be a cult. I mean, I've often joked about being a cult leader in my life, and sometimes if you joke about something long enough, you might become it. So I've joked about L. Ron Hubbard, my love of L. Ron from Scientology. Scientology's pretty creepy, dude. I don't think I could ever really fully get into that and ever. How many Scientologist brony brothers are out in the club tonight? Oh, God. But yeah, I've constantly been telling people, inaccurately, obviously, that I'm a Scientologist. So, random guy's name is Ty Lord. Well, it's Tyler, but I call him Ty Lord because my boy Antoine Ants calls him Ty Lord. So I was like, oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm going to call him Ty Lord too. Sam Bram is saying, so you're an ex-Muslim. So hold on, can I ask you a question then? And I'll try not to dog on you too much. Why would you go from being a Muslim to a Scientologist? I don't understand. I think I'm not a religious guy, to be honest. So I'm trying not to dog anybody, but I don't know. I just feel like, well, I do have a certain problem with Islam a little bit. I won't go into it, but I think there's flaws in a lot of religions. And, you know, like, look, if religion gives you some form of meaning and some form of spirituality, I don't want to diss that too much. I actually kind of envy it a little bit. I actually do, to some degree, envy people's faith. Like, it's because I've never wanted to be like one of those people to say it's wrong. In fact, if anything, I think it's quite beautiful. So do you guys think I should purchase a netbook? So I was thinking recently about, you know, my phone's got unlimited data, right? And a netbook would be kind of cool. I don't know if you guys remember the netbooks at all. My friend Tony back in the day. My friend Tony way back in the day, had a netbook. And it was pretty dope from what I remember. It was really portable. You could just put that son of a bitch in a backpack, and you could even put it in a smaller thing and have your own little case for it. But netbooks were really portable laptops, basically. They had a decent-sized keyboard. I was thinking, I don't think they really make them anymore. I'd like to think they do. But I want to get one that has Windows on it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want Android. I like Android operating system, don't get me wrong. But I want a netbook that has that awesome, like, keyboard mouse on it, you know? I wouldn't mind having a netbook again. Nate Dogg says you're going to buy something. So, maybe. I've been look, I'm not actually going to buy, like, a new cell phone or anything, but I'm thinking about getting a netbook. Do you remember, so Nate Dogg, you remember when Tony, a.k.a. Shonda, had a netbook back in the day? I always thought it was cool. I never actually... well, actually, I did have a netbook at one point, but it was used and barely worked. But I remember I liked it, though. It just barely worked because it was already fucked up when I got it. Let's see. Nate Dogg says, Mike, if you're going to go around purchasing things, this whole rental agreement we have is going to fall apart. Oh, man. That's funny, man. But yeah, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, and I don't want a Chrome OS netbook. Like, I want, like, you know what I mean? Oh, let's see. Oh, an Asus Chrome network. I don't want a netbook. I don't want a Chromebook. Fuck Chromebooks, dude. Those things suck. They're all Chromebooks. Okay, this one's renewed. This one's a Dell Latitude HD 2-in-1 touchscreen. You know what? I think I'm just gonna keep using my. I'm just gonna bring my HP laptop with me everywhere, and then if I want to connect to the internet, because I've been trying to use my phone less. You know what I mean? But I was thinking about using my phone more as just a general Wi-Fi hotspot overall. And I love using it as a Wi-Fi hotspot. I hate typing on my phone. No. Well, I remember Tony had web TV back in the day when we were kids. Let's see. There's web TV, and then there was. But what I'm saying is, like, Tony had it when I want to say we were like 20, 21, maybe 22, I think, or maybe younger. I can't really remember the exact age we were, but I remember Tony had an awesome, I think it was like an Acer netbook, and it was like a laptop, but it was tinier than your traditional laptop. It was more meant for, like, just easily slipping it into your backpack, and then you could just, like, boop, open it up, connect to Wi-Fi, whatever Wi-Fi you were connecting to, and it was really dope. I loved the netbook. I thought it was really cool, and I thought about getting one again, just because of how easily portable they are, and you can, like, you could put it in, like, a little case, basically, if you really wanted to, and just like a tiny little sleeve or something that would protect it. And I thought that would be kind of dope. It would just be, I don't know. I guess part of me wants to. I like having a keyboard when I type shit out, And look, obviously, there's a keyboard on this device, right? Yeah, I can't. It's funny because I can't remember when Tony had the netbook specifically. I can't remember how old we exactly were. I thought we were 20. I thought we might have been 24. I thought we might have even been 18, maybe even 17. I don't remember that. I think it might have been even when we were still in high school. But yeah, it was really cool. Like, I thought that, I was like, dude, that's fucking cool. that netbook is pimp. And I just remember like Tony was bringing that with them everywhere, and I thought, I was like, dude, this is awesome. I kind of want one of these. So I've always thought it would be neat to have a netbook, at least personally. Let's see. Oh, they have a Lenovo. It's a slim one. Yeah, some of these are. I guess here's the thing. I thought about bringing my tablet, but my tablet doesn't have a keyboard. You know what I mean? I like I don't know. I like a computer. I like a laptop that just has the keyboard built into it. It's already there. It's already winning. I mean, I will admit, I still have my HP laptop. I have a great laptop case. I'll have a good night, Mr. Tylord. Have a good night, my brother. But yeah, let's see. I mean, like netbooks. Because I'm looking on Amazon trying to find. I just don't think. I'm going to ask Google, do they still make netbooks that have Windows? While the traditional netbook is largely a thing of the past, some manufacturers are still making very small, low-cost Windows laptops that serve a similar purpose and are often sold as small laptops or netbook alternatives. These are often seen as modern-day successors to the original netbook concept, but they are also in direct competition with Chromebooks that are budget-friendly, basic task market. Let's see. Operating system. Let's see. Where to find them. You could still find them in various brands like retail sites like Amazon. Okay, so if I look up netbook Windows 10, let's see. Because it really, all it boils down to, man, is I want a keyboard. Oh, okay. How large were netbooks? Let's see. And how big were the original netbooks? Being made, though, they're original concepts. Let's see. So the original netbook screen size was about 7 to 13 inches. First models often came with Linux, but many later versions were equipped with Windows, like Windows XP and Windows 7. Performance, they were known for being underpowered with slow processor to limited storage, making them ideal for basic tasks like web browsing, email, and document writing. The original netbooks were popular in the late 2000s. Yeah. So how big were they again? Let's see. Okay, the screen size was typically 7 to 13 inches. So smaller laptops, like the really tiny laptops, I think could be a good alternative. I just don't want a Chromebook. You know what I mean? Good night, my Garza. Yeah, let's see here. Tablets can have a keyboard attached. Yeah, but I want here's the thing, man. I want the keyboard already in there. Just already in it. Like, it's got to be a part of the device. You know what I mean? So I don't want to have to detach and attach the keyboard. I want it to be right there. It's got to be right there. I'm very specific about it. Let's see. Nate Dogg says, good night, my Garcia. Oh, no. That sounds too close to Aryan. Stop it. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Sam says, thank you for acknowledging me. Sam, I will admit, I haven't acknowledged you as much as I probably should, Sam. I've been too busy focusing on Nate Dogg and Ty Lord, so I want to apologize about that. But I see you, Sam. I see you. I feel you. I get you, bro. Yeah, I really thought the netbook was awesome, though. Like, I really, if I can get a picture, there's the old netbooks. You know, and honestly, it was really tough to make a system that tiny. Like, back in the day, the netbook was tiny, but it did, you know, they were limited on that motherboard. You know, you can only, because like laptops had to be a certain size, obviously, because the motherboard had to be a certain length to make sure you get all the chips, the necessary things that you needed on that motherboard. And yeah, so it was a big deal, man. So, Paradox Frequent says, bro just keeps getting lower and lower. How am I getting lower, bro? What am I doing? I'm looking up netbooks on Amazon. We already talked about the G20 summit, so we already talked about how, like, truth be told, I don't really give two shits about the G20 summit, but whatever. But I will say this HP Stream 14-incher, though, looks pretty good. It looks like a tinier laptop, for sure. It looks like it's good for basic tasks. It looks like it has decent memory. That's nice. Here's the thing. I could just bring my laptop with me. You know what I mean? To most places. Paradox Frequent says, so what's wrong with my face? Nothing's wrong with my face. Let's focus on the task at hand, people. Let's focus on the task at hand. Eyes are up here. Boobs are down there. Well, they got an HP Chromebook. I will say the one thing about Chromebooks is that they are... The Chrome OS, it's not expensive to put Chrome, the Chrome operating system on a laptop. But yeah, I really do want them to bring back netbooks. You know, I want that to be a thing again. Because I got to admit, the original netbook was kind of cool, you know. It's kind of a shame, man. Kind of a shame. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. So what do you guys think? Do we bring back the original netbook? Do you guys think the netbook needs to make a comeback? Because I sure do. I want to see the netbook back, bro. All right, you guys. Should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? 30% of you are saying yes. We got 37 votes on this poll, by the way. So 30% of you said yes. 70% of you said no. Very interesting. We're going to keep the poll going. We're going to try to get to 100 votes on the poll. Make sure you guys vote on the poll, by the way. Liz says, Mike, are there topics that you don't know a lot about? Oh, yeah, there's plenty. Trust me, plenty of topics that I don't know shit about. But yeah, no, there's plenty of things I don't know about. Lots of things. There's a lot of aspects to things that I really don't know about. I find that the discovery of learning new things gives my heart a lot of joy. Okay. Well, I appreciate you voting on the poll. We got 37 votes. Like I said, 30% of you said yes, 70% of you said no. We'll see what the result ends up being. OMG. But I appreciate it, my brony brother. Thank you. So I got busy throwing everybody underneath the bus. And with your poster 30 foot high at the back of Toys R Us, now we can put it down to circumstance, our childhood then our youth. What a shame we never listened, heard you from the television, and all that went away was the price we pay. People spend a lifetime this way, and that's how they stay. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Okay, here we go. All right, so Liz is asking, what is the G20 summit? Like a short explanation. So G20 summit, from what I've been able to tell, is a kind of like an economic forum sort of thing. They do talk about like climate change and stuff, but it's something that I think most nations try to attend. But in this instance, it was held in South Africa. Trump boycotted it because he thought, South Africa was not the right place to have it, considering some of the things that were going on there. And, whether he's right or wrong, time will tell. It's just really a forum where nations get together and talk about stuff at the end of the day. So, talk about different economic things, climate change, blah, blah, blah. Is it important? Yeah, I think it's important. I don't think it's the end of the world if U.S. doesn't show up. It does send a bit of a precedent, though. Sets a precedent, sorry. I still don't think it's the end of the world. But yeah, I guess you could say I'm pretty MAGA. Yeah. For the most part. I like the whole Make America Great Again movement for the most part. I don't think it's that bad. I think that people tend to over-exaggerate. Yeah, so he didn't attend the G20. Is it the end of the world? I don't think it is. It sounds like something that is optional. Not every nation has to show up to it. Some nations can boycott it. For any reason, by the way, you could boycott it. I'm pretty sure if you look back, there have been nations who have boycotted the G20 summit for whatever reason. They might have had a good reason for it. It's not the government of South Africa that's done wrong. Well, actually, it is. There's actually been some interesting proof. I'm not going to go into all of it because I probably might get banned. But let's just say there are some things going on. I say look at the news. Take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. Look at the actual news, even though I think the news is lying to you. But I think legally I have to say just look at what the news is saying, even though I think the news is lying. So that's my take on it. Simple take. But yeah, I just like to focus on things that matter. Nations getting together, playing political theater, and it's really just political theater at the end of the day. It's posturing, it's BS, man. Yeah, I do think people over-exaggerate Trump and how bad he is. I don't think he's that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think him missing the G20 summit's the end of the world. Leave it. I'll leave it up to you guys, man. If you guys think that he made a bad decision, good. It's up to you guys. You guys be the judges. Obviously, try to make your best. And I don't know if it really matters at the end of the day whether he did or didn't. I don't even think it matters what I think of it. The only reason I give my opinion is because, have you ever heard the old saying, "That's what sells tickets"? I'm doing what major news organizations do. I'm taking advantage of a major story. I am. And I'm making fun of it. Because the mainstream media is trying to tell me that everything Trump is doing is wrong. Okay. Even if they said he did something right, I still don't trust the mainstream media. I just don't. Even if they started kissing his ass, I still don't trust the mainstream media. They've lied too many times. All the mainstream. This is funny. Everybody thinks I'm a Fox News guy. I'm not. I'm not a mainstream media guy. No mainstream media for this guy. And I just feel like the big news corporations are out for a profit and out to make people scared. And if you're scared, you're always going to be consuming and not actually doing anything with your life. I'm a major spew outlet, though. I may not be a major news outlet, but I am a major spews outlet. I spew garbage. But yeah, I do believe that mainstream media is propaganda. Yes. I do believe that they have a certain narrative that they're trying to fulfill. And that's just what I believe. Well, no, I'm just saying that the mainstream media, I don't think it should be trusted because every single news story is meant to keep you afraid. They only show the doom and gloom. It's poison for the mind. And if you read studies, I'm not saying even the studies are always accurate, but if you read some of the studies, points to that. Points that most people become more pessimistic the more news they're exposed to because they only can see the wrong in the world and never the right. That's the problem. No. Here's the thing. My distrust of mainstream media doesn't suddenly make me a flat earther. Oh my freaking Jesus, man. If I became a flat earther, that would be the tip of the iceberg. Crazy. When there's actual proof, and what I need is proof, right? Obviously, the earth is round. Just because I distrust the mainstream media doesn't mean I'm some whacked out conspiracy theorist. I'm really not. I don't even have that many conspiracy theories that I care about or even follow. But I will say this. We landed on the moon. So much evidence to point that we landed on the moon. No, most conspiracy theories I think are dumb. I think majority of conspiracy theories, I just think they're dumb. I'm the Temu Joker? Oh my God, yes. But I'm not saying I distrust all information that comes my way. I'm just saying if it's coming from a mainstream news outlet, I distrust it. If it's coming from like Scientific America or like like a journal, like a magazine or something like that, like where they're talking about things that matter, yeah, I'll trust that a little bit more. Like Scientific America, yeah, I'll trust that. Absolutely. But am I going to trust Newsweek or CNN or whatever? And fuck no. Hell no. I'd rather read books on things that, based on concepts that are in reality, stuff like that. So, that's what I'm saying, Well, so we got 48 votes. Once we hit 50 or more votes, I'm going to end the poll. All right, so, we got one more vote. We need one more vote, and we'll end the poll. So, should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? 35% of you said yes. 65% of you said no. We got, who wants to be the final vote? Who wants to vote on this poll? Or do you guys want me to wait till we get to 100 votes? Should we wait till we get 100 votes on this, or should I just end the poll? Should I end it? Come on. We need one more vote, and we'll end the poll. I think talk to your doctor if vaccines are good for you. Talk to a medical professional. I try not to answer medical questions. Do I have Newsmax in Ohio? I don't even really watch Newsmax. I don't really know much about that news network. I just don't watch the news. I just don't think the news is particularly good for anybody. Make sure you guys vote on the poll. We only need one more vote so we can end the poll. So one more vote and we can end the poll. Just to let you know. We're at 49 votes. Once we get one more vote in, we'll end the poll. If I had kids, would I vaccinate them? Yeah, why not? There's you can't be anti-vaccine for everything. Like, I can understand, if there's some vaccines that people don't want, but I do think that there are essentials. There are essential vaccines. And I think you should just talk to a doctor at the end of the day and figure out what vaccines are right for your child. That's about as simple as that. Talk to medical professionals, see what they think. Are there vaccines that they can get away with not having? Sure, probably. I don't know. Doctor will tell you. I don't know which specific ones, but the doctor will tell you. So talk to the doctor. But yeah, no. Me personally, I just believe that there are necessary vaccines that I think every child should have. But we can't impose that on parents, I think that's but I don't know. It's the way I look at it. I don't have to explain anything about my face. I like frosting. That's all you need to know. I like frosting. All right. We only have 49 votes on this poll, by the way. 49 votes. We need one more vote to get to 50 votes. Who is going to be the 50th voter? I've been told that I'm a net negative to society. That's fair. Make sure you guys vote in the poll, by the way. Should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? Make sure that your vote counts. Vote in the poll today. Vote in this sexy poll. We only need one more vote to end the poll. One more vote to end the poll. That's all we need. Guys ready? 3, 2, 1. We're ending the poll. No, we're not. Keeping the poll going, dude. You got the poll. It's right there, man. You guys don't see the poll? The poll is right there, brothers. It's right there, my brony brothers. Yeah. Thank you to everybody who liked the stream, by the way. I appreciate that. Big time. It helps out. Damn, we're getting viewers up the butt. We're getting lots of viewers here. Oh, we got more votes. We could finally end the poll. All right, let's see what the final results are for the poll. Should Trump have boycotted the G20 summit? 67% of you said no. 33% say yes. So about a third of you. 30 of you say yes. 2/3 of you say no. That's fair. All right, so how are my bronies doing? How are all my brony balonies doing out there? Okay. Well, either way, the vote was counted. The votes are in. My brony brothers. It's just good to have everybody on the chat, man. This is fun. I'm having a blast, man. So it's more like 69 to 31%. Okay, that's fair. Either way, I mean, the majority of you guys did say one way or another that no was the answer. So, oh, crap. I realized 67%. 6-7. No. No, 6-7 said no, dude. It's not good, dude. Thank you guys for tapping the like button, though, and tapping the subscribe button. I really appreciate it big time. The more people who like the stream, the more it goes out to the masses. Really does help the channel grow a lot, so liking the stream does wonders. And also, of course, subscribing helps too, but it's really just nice to see how many people are showing up on these live streams and liking the stream, and it means a lot to me. It means a lot. But yeah, so that's pretty much the result of the boycott. But yeah, so I was looking at netbooks. I really do want to get a netbook, but they don't sell them anymore. Oh, you know what? I wonder if they have any old ones on eBay. You know, eBay is great if you're looking for old shit. I don't know if they have any functional netbooks, though, but I would love to see if they have old ones. Oh, the old Asus netbook. Oh my goodness, dude. There were so many tiny netbooks. They're so cool. Little portable laptops, dude. I love it. Yeah, I love the original netbook, man. Oh, yeah, here we go. The Acer Aspire 1. That was a cool one. That was a really tight I remember that one. I'm trying to find the one that my boy Tony had back in the day. So Dell? No, Asus. Okay. So I think Dell made one too back in the day. I don't know if Dell made a netbook actually, but oh, there was well, Samsung made a netbook back in the day. That's crazy. What? How fucking cool is that, dude? How cool is that? Look at that little keyboard, dude. That's so tight. I flippin' love it, dude. Like, if I found a used netbook, I would totally get one, man. Absolutely get a netbook. I think they're cool. They don't make them anymore, sadly. They're like ancient history. But I was looking on eBay, and people are selling their old netbooks. For instance, I found a Toshiba netbook, for God's sakes. It had like Windows 7 on it back in the day. How cool is this? Intel Atom, Windows 7 starter. How incredibly awesome is this? I love it. I freaking love it, dude. Obviously, netbooks, though. I mean, obviously the battery's probably screwed on that one. It's an old model, and it probably doesn't work as well. It just sucks because they were just so cool. I really was a huge netbook fan back in the day. $100 Donnie's like, where am I? What happened to my life? My, look at who it is. He's my favorite cluster. B personality. What the hell? This order. What the yeah. This is so cool, man. Oh, an old Windows XP laptop. Yes. It just blows my mind that they stopped. I think netbooks are so cool. I just don't understand why they would fall out of favor with people. I guess they just weren't that popular at the end of the day. I love how like all these have like Windows XP and Windows 7. It shows how old these were, by the way. Windows 7 was a really good operating system. It wasn't perfect. It was definitely better than Vista, though. They improved a lot. Whoever came up with Vista, man, I'm not too sure, but Vista was a rough operating system, man. Make sure that you guys tap the like button, though, and tap the subscribe button if possible. But if you guys could, tapping the like button does help the channel grow. It helps push this channel out to more people. It keeps keeps everything fresh. It keeps my mussy fresh. It keeps me feeling good, and keeps me feeling sexy. Yeah, right now I'm just looking at old netbooks. The Acer Aspire 1. I think that was the one. I think that was the one my friend Tony had. That's the one that looks like Acer Aspire. Let's look up Acer Aspire. Here we go. Let's see. Acer Aspire netbook. Let's take a look. Okay, here we go. So Acer Aspire 1, yep, that's the one. I think these are the ones I want to get. Oh, man. Dude, the fact that this has Windows XP on it is making me so freaking... I'm not going to say, like, the activity that's happening in my pants right now. But the fact of the matter is, this has Windows XP on it, dude. Oh, my God. Woo! It's a hot device. It looks like it's seen a few dings over the years, though. Oh. I don't know. That looks like it looks like it runs. That's kind of cool. It's got Windows XP Home Edition Service Pack 3, not bad. It's got the Intel Atom CPU, 1.60 gig. That's not bad. It's got nearly a gigabyte of RAM. It's actually kind of impressive for a notebook. Hell yeah. Netbook, sorry. It would be interesting to have a netbook and just like load it up with like Linux or something, you know? Like, for example, let's say because I'll admit, one big thing that people need to consider about like the older Windows versions don't have any real support, so they're pretty easy to crack and hack. So like having I mean, like, you would, if you had a netbook, man, I mean, one thing, it might be more advantageous to not have Windows on it. You might just want to put Linux on there. I was curious because it does say there are some that have no operating system. So here's one. I don't think this actually... So this is an old Acer Aspire 1. I don't think this actually... I think they probably don't have an OS on it. Interesting. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So it's saying on here that computer powers on and is able to boot into the BIOS. Drive has been securely erased and no operating system has been installed. Battery life has not been tested. Battery is not covered under warranty. Battery may need to be replaced. No other functions were tested. Open worn box may be missing components. Slight scratches, scuff on body. Minor scratches on the screen casing. Minorly worn keys, touchpad. Interesting. That's cool. So they took like an old netbook and they made it look new again. They don't know how functional the battery is. This is old. This is circa what year was this? Let's see. It's got a 1.60 gigahertz processor. Hell yeah. 8.9 inch screen, dude. This is so cool. And honestly, this is up my alley because it's basically renewed. It's $50. It doesn't seem like there's anything really wrong with the keys. No problems with the keys. It looks like it was in a pretty good condition. I think the reason it's only $49.99 is simply because there is no operating system on it. It boots to the BIOS. I think the hard drive still works, so I could load up an operating system of some kind if I really wanted to. I'm kind of curious. What would ChatGPT recommend? What Linux OS would you recommend for a Acer Aspire 1? Okay, let me just put the specs in there. I want to see what ChatGPT you say. Because honestly, if you think about it, a netbook that is only $50, by the way, and still works, doesn't have an operating system. It's hacked for sure. Hack devices are bad. Don't buy that. Not gonna lie, that sounds like a spill unit, actually. What do you mean a spill unit, Donnie? What are you talking about, bro? Hunter Donnie, you're killing me, bro. Let's see. So I asked ChatGPT, what Linux OS would you recommend for an Acer Aspire 1Z G5 Atom? Let's see. Short answer says I'd go with Anti-X 32-bit or Puppy Linux for that machine. Both are designed exactly for this kind of old, tiny netbook. Let me break down for you. So Anti-X is why it's a great fit. Still supports 32-bit GPUs. CPUs. Runs well in 1 gigabyte of RAM and is famously light. Can use very light Windows managers instead of heavy desktops based on Debian. Nice. Avoid modern. Okay, so given the specs of this, it says avoid modern Ubuntu, Mint, Pop OS, Fedora, etc. Most are 64-bit only now and far too heavy for 1 gigabyte of RAM. Avoid full GNOME, KDE, Cinnamon desktops. Let's see. Do any of the options you provided have a nice graphic user interface similar to Windows? You know, like it sucks because I like Ubuntu, but it's a lot more resource heavy than it used to be. So the most Windows-like one is MX Linux 32-bit. Has a taskbar at the bottom, start menu style launcher, system tray, desktop icons, very similar layout to Windows. XFCE is customizable, so you can put the panel at the bottom, add a whisker menu that looks like the Windows Start menu. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I like it. Oh, yes, I like it. The way you move on the floor. Oh, yes, I like it. I like it. So we're looking at old netbooks, by the way. $100 Donnie. No, I don't think. I think all crypto is grifter currency, by the way. I think all crypto is grifto. I need to see a video on Puppy Linux. Look at Puppy Linux. So let's see. The most lightweight and user-friendly is Puppy Linux. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Cool. Look at this. There's a few out there. Let me see this. Let me just listen to this real fast. So Puppy Linux may not be the best option. Let's see. Booting into Puppy Linux. Let's take a look. All right, so it seems like they're able to boot into Puppy Linux. Cool. Maybe. Okay, so Puppy Linux is one alternative. What was the first one? Let's see. So the most Windows-like is MX Linux, 32-bit. Let's take a look and see what MX Linux is like. I'm not going to show the videos or anything. Oh, here we go. So let's see. Pulsar Tech. I just want to see a short video. Okay, so here are the top 32-bit ones. Oh, it's got music. Screw that.
Still have an old 32-bit PC lying around? Don't throw it away. These 5 Linux distros still support 32-bit hardware and they actually work. Stable, flexible, and still supports 32-bit. During setup, pick from desktops like Genome, KDE, Mate, LXQT, or XFC. For older machines, go with MATE or LXQT. You could even skip the desktop and run it as a server with just SSH. Get the 32-bit DVD or NetInst ISO from Debian's official site. Number 2, Linux Mint Debian Edition or LMDE. This is Linux Mint but based on Debian instead of Ubuntu. It uses the Cinnamon desktop, giving you a Windows-like feel. Perfect if you're new to Linux. Just make sure to grab the 32-bit version.
By the way, Linux Mint is actually really good, by the way. I love Linux Mint. That's actually one of my faves. I've used it on a couple other computers in the past. So Linux Mint is very much like Windows. It's crazy. So Fish on Entertainment says smash the like for Garza. Y'all double tapping the screen for Crackhead Zombie when you scroll up. That's funny. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Sherapy05. Thank you so much for the high five. That equivalates to 100 joules, and I appreciate it. So you know what? High five. High five. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. High five, everybody. Let's go. Thank you very much, Sherry. I appreciate that big time. Thank you for the 100 joules. The joules! The joules! I need the joules. Thank you so much. Hey, if you guys want to send a gift, it does help the channel grow in multiple ways, in more ways than one. So, or even just liking the stream. Liking the stream helps in a lot of ways, too. So you don't have to give a super chat. You don't have to give a gift. But liking the stream helps in so many ways. So I appreciate it. Give me a moment. I'm going to try something real quick. It's going to be a little crazy. Kimo, my boy Kimoy, dude, is kicking butt. Thank you for the... Dude, Kimoy's giving me a ton of hundos, dude. My boy's coming in the clutch. Thank you, Kimoy Chapman, for the 24 combo. Oh, man. My man just comboed for the hundos 24 times, man. I appreciate that big time, dog. I got to reboot Stream Chat Ninja real quick. Sometimes, as much as I love Social Stream Ninja, I think it's incredible, but sometimes it does fuck up a little bit. And it's usually after about a few hours of streaming with it. It does a good job overall, and I don't have to pay for it, so I like it. It's a small price to pay. Is that Frank's Red Hot Sauce? No, this is just velvet frosting. So right now I'm looking over a few things like Linux-based real quick.
3 MX Linux XFCE, fast, lightweight, and packed with helpful tools like MX Package Installer and MX Tools. XFCE is the default, but you can also try the Fluxbox version for even better performance. Download the 386 ISO to install it on your old hardware.
Yeah, MX Linux would be good for an old netbook. That'd be kind of cool. I feel like Linux Mint might not be great for like a netbook. I feel like that might be a little too extreme for a netbook, but we'll see. Yeah, of course. Who doesn't keep a sock and a lotion nearby? Thank you, Kimoy Chapman, again for the 2 joules, and I also want to thank once again. I want to thank Sherapy05. Make sure you guys subscribe to @Sherapy. I think it's Sherry Pie. Oh, @SherryPie05. Make sure you guys subscribe to Sherry Pie, and then Kimoy Chapman. Thank you, my boy Kimoy. Times 25 for the jewels. The jewels! I love the jewels, man. I'm a hoe for the jewels. I'm a hoe for the jewels. Oh, yeah.
Number 4, Anti-X, built for performance even on hardware as old as a Pentium 3. It runs with just 256 megabytes of RAM and 2.7 gigabytes of storage. No system, low resource use, and a clean interface.
Oh, wow.
Number 5,
Anti-X
Sparky
looks
Linux.
pretty good.
Customizable, beginner-friendly, and supports 32-bit systems. For lightweight use, try the Minimal GUI or LXQT editions. It can run on just 256 megabytes of RAM with 10 gigabytes of storage. These 5 Linux distros keep older 32-bit systems alive and useful. Pick the one that fits your needs and give that old PC a
I'm not going to lie. I do love Linux Mint. I just don't know if it would work on a netbook because a part of me wants to get a netbook. Like, a part of me is, like, fixated on, like, old technology that's kick-ass. I just don't want to pay an arm and a leg for it. Logan sent a happy poop, yum yum. Thank you so much. You guys are just keeping the stream going. I appreciate it. The virtual gifts, they mean a lot. Honestly, they mean quite a bit. So thank you for the virtual gifts, you guys. So we got Logan's DLV. Make sure you guys subscribe to Logan. Make sure you guys subscribe to Keymoy, my boy Keymoy, and Sherry Pie 05. I appreciate y'all. Big shout outs. I mean, like, anytime people give me any type of gift on here, man, I want to show appreciation as best as I can. So those Linux distros aren't too bad, though, the ones that we're talking about. So let's see what this dude's saying about MX Linux.
Linux is a distro that I see come up.
still have an
MX Linux is a distro that I see come up in conversation quite a lot, but I don't see it actually brought up for, people in a promotional sense. I don't see it really being promoted all that often. And MX Linux is an absolutely rock solid distro based off of Debian. It comes with a lot of really nice tooling and support around it. It's got a fantastic community and a lot of really nice graphical tools for you to get stuff done. And maybe if you're new to Linux or you're interested in Linux and you haven't tried anything yet, you've been nervous about, not knowing what to try, I think MX Linux would be perfect for you, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. MX Linux is a...
Not bad, man. I would say that if you give me $50, I'll end the stream. If you give me a $50 super chat, I'll just end the stream. I'll go take a shower. So $50 super chat's all it would take for me to end the stream right now, like straight up. So if you guys wanted me to end the stream right now, all it takes is $50. Isn't that crazy?
still have an
MX Linux is...
So Linux Mint versus MX Linux, let's see.
In this video, we will compare Linux Mint 22.1 SIA and MX Linux 23.6 Libretto,
Okay.
two popular mid-weight desktop distributions. While both are renowned for stability and ease of use, they target slightly different audiences and have unique design philosophies. By the
I will say Linux Mint might be one of the best. I really am. The simplicity of Linux Mint is what gets me.
end of this comparison, you will understand their distinguished features, including desktop environments, package management, performance, and hardware support, so you can decide which best fits your needs. Let's first start with the release overview and upstream basis. Linux Mint 22.1 SIA. It was released on January 16th, 2025 and is built atop Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. As an LTS-based distribution, it will receive security fixes and updates until July 2029. MX Linux 23.6 Libretto arrived on April 13th, 2025, refreshing the MX23 series with Debian 12.10 Bookworm as its foundation. MX Linux 23.6 benefits from Debian's stability and will track Debian's long-term support schedule, which is Debian 12's
A lot of the people are saying MX, though, is the best one. I have to admit, a lot of people are saying MX Linux for the most part. For really older PCs, like netbooks, it seems to run really well on netbooks, is what people are saying. I think it's because, it's for a lot of 32-bit systems from back in the day. I love it, man. MX Linux. Yeah, I think I might get into MX Linux. It sounds like a pretty good one. But for the most part, I don't think I need to get... I was thinking about it as much as I want to get a netbook. As much of a freaking nerd as I am for older hardware. I think it's best to just... I don't know. I love it. I do want to look into MX Linux a little bit more, because if I ever do get a hold of like any older laptops that, you know, don't have an OS on it or anything like that, and they need an OS, and I like restoring old computers from the dead. So that's why sometimes it's good to have something as simple as MX Linux on something like that. But thank you guys for all the little happy poops and the way more expected. Even Kemoy Chapman send in the 100s. I appreciate it, but I appreciate all the gifts, you guys. It's incredible. But getting back to the subject at hand, because we were talking about the Trump's G20 summit. Originally, I got distracted. I go down rabbit holes when I do streams, but yeah, I don't know. I still am not like convinced that what he did was necessarily the end of the world. I think people like to act like everything Trump does is like an end of the world scenario. It blows my mind, man. Oh. I do like watching those videos though that kind of give me a leg up on things. But yeah, now I know how to get an older laptop running again if it doesn't have an OS on there, or if it has a really, really outdated OS. Like, I love the security of Linux. Linux is very secure for the most part. Even, I wouldn't say all older streams are, but not all older distros. But yeah, when it comes to my favorite distribution of Linux, it's definitely still going to be Ubuntu. Ubuntu has been one of my favorites. Jesus Lopez says, I could tell you still use Yahoo. I just love old tech. I love old, I love older computers. They're still pretty good, and you can get older computers to work again. You just have to sometimes you have to load up the right OS, you know. Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to do a chess move. I'm trying to do a move in chess. The best kind of chess move that I can, whatever that may be. But give me a second, everybody. What's up with all the hateful comments? Why is everybody being so mean? Do you guys have to be so mean to Daddy? Be nice to Daddy, okay? Daddy is just trying his best, all right? Zaddy. They call me Zaddy, all right? Everybody calls me Zaddy. So I hope you guys address me as Zaddy. Thank you. OMG. I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep 'cause I missed you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream would never do. I still missed you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. I don't want to miss one smile. And I don't want to miss one kiss. I just want to be with you right here with you. Just like this. Damn. Not a lot of options. Don't make sense. Damn, damn. I'm convinced. Damn, damn. This one's for tonight and beyond. Well, I guess I can move up a little bit. Damn, you're very sexy. Damn, you're very sexy. Damn, you're very sexy. Damn, 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 damn. Damn, damn. Look at those pants. Damn, damn. It don't make sense. Damn, damn. I'm convinced. Damn, damn. This one's for tonight and beyond. Make sure you guys like the stream. Hit that like button. Hit that simp scribe button. We all love the simps. We all are simps for the pimps. And we all's pimps for the simps. Let's go. We are all pimps for the simps. Everybody's a simp for the pimp. Michael Donaldson says no likes for you. Well, I think everybody's... Come on, you guys, prove Michael Donaldson wrong and tap that like button. Prove Michael Donaldson wrong that people like this stream, right? Michael Donaldson saying I don't get any likes. Well, guess what? You guys got to prove Michael Donaldson wrong. Tap the like button. Tap the wherever you can find the like button. Helps the stream grow. I think you tap the screen or whatever. And let's prove Michael Donaldson wrong. People do like this stream. So hit that like button. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody wants to get down. Everybody wants to dance. So Donaldson is saying like if you believe Garza is gay is what. So if you guys, I guess if you guys like the stream, then you guys think that I'm gay. So Michael Donaldson is saying, this is what Michael Donaldson is saying, not me. Michael Donaldson is saying like if you believe Garza is gay. Okay. I guess if if I don't get any likes, then I'm pretty straight, I guess. I don't know. Is that how it works? So my whether I'm straight or not is all dependent on how many likes I get. Interesting. Oh, let's see. So Mr. Donaldson now saying, that's better. Like if you believe Garza is a clown, is what Mr. Donaldson is saying. Like the stream if you think that I'm a clown. Interesting. All right. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Donaldson. You're the man, dude. Michael Donaldson's the man. I just want to let everybody know that right now. Michael Donaldson. Straight up, dude. What a beast. What a stud. My man, dude. My man. All day long, dude. All day long in a juicy man thong. Here we go. We got Michael Donaldson everywhere, every now. Oh yeah, Michael Donaldson rocking the house. Michael Donaldson kicking butt now. Michael Donaldson is so sexy now. He's so sexy now. Michael Donaldson, yeah. He's so sexy now. Michael Donaldson's wondering where all the trolls are. I don't know, dude. They've all vanished. Well, I can't find this feeling anymore. I've forgotten what I started trolling for. I think I might have boned myself a little bit. Maybe I haven't. OMG. Everybody thinks I'm sexy. Everybody wants my body. Everybody wants it now. Everybody wants my body. Everybody wants it now. Everybody wants my body. Everybody's making me frown. Everybody wants my body. Why do they want it now? Everybody wants my body. Everybody wants it now. Everybody wants my body. Get away from my body. Cuban Crisis is back and he's talking about queefs. Man, my boy Cuban Crisis talks about queefs a little too much. It's okay, Cuban Crisis. We gotta stop talking about the queefs, though. We're not about... What do you guys think about that G20 summit, though? Do you guys think that Trump was in the right? Do you guys think he was in the wrong? Do you guys think it was a good idea for Trump to bow out? I think it was. Because he didn't agree with the location. And if you don't agree with the location, sometimes you got to boycott it, man. If there was a summit that was being held in a location that I firmly disagreed with, like China, for instance, I'd be like, no. I kind of think that no matter what Trump does, the left is going to find something to get. Even if he did the right things, the left is so hateful that they're going to find something bad about everything. So it's kind of at this point where it's just like, I can't believe it, though. I might actually win my fantasy matchup, which is unbelievable. I did not think that was going to happen. Crazy. Interesting. Sorry, I was checking out something real quick. You didn't miss much, Mr. Donaldson. That's okay, though. All I know is I might actually... It's crazy that my chances of winning another game in fantasy football... All that needs to happen is the 49ers defense needs to suck ass. If the 49ers defense sucks ass, then I win my fantasy week, which is nice. Incredible. Give me a moment. Get it, Mr. Donaldson. Get it. My brony brother. Hell yeah. What a stud. I think I figured out the formula, everybody. How the hell we wind up like this? And why weren't we able? What's happening here? Interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Virtual lives are getting interesting. I'll tell you that. Am I competing with anybody? I don't know. Captain Cupcake, I am not interested in what you're proposing. I'm sorry, my brony brother. I must decline. And I can't help myself. I gotta decline. It's not what I'm into. I can't help it. It's just not my bag. Do you want to hit the like button, though? Captain Cupcake, you could tap the like button. That doesn't require much effort. Thank you, my brony brother. You're watching me again because I'm I'm adorable too. You can't get enough of the beauty that I exude. No, it's all good. I think Mr. Donaldson is because somehow you just keep coming back, bro. And that's okay. I like having Mr. Donaldson around, by the way. So anytime Mr. Donaldson's on the chat stream, I love it. Even if he's just like, even if Mr. Donaldson's just like, what the F are you doing? Because usually when I get the frosting on, Donaldson's just like, oh, here we go again. If I don't have the frosting on, though, Donaldson's like, you look presentable. You look presentable. No, it's fun, though. I like getting the velvet brows. The velvet brows are back. I'm making a comeback. The velvet eyebrows, man, we're making a comeback. I love it. But yeah, earlier we talked about the G20 summit. Trump missing out on it. I don't know if he's really missing much, if we're going to be quite honest. But yeah. And we'll see what the result ends up being, man. I do want to thank everybody who became a subscriber. Everybody's been hitting the subscribe button. We appreciate it. People have been hitting the like button. That helps out a lot too. It's just wild, man. We've just been getting lots and lots of people showing up on these streams and just doing all the right things, man. We're just doing all the right things and trying to. Oh, technically, we're not doing really any of the right things. I'm doing everything wrong. I'm like the anti-YouTuber, you know? I don't really do what all the YouTubers do. I see what they do, but I kind of just do the opposite, and I get rewarded for doing the opposite. I think you stand out if you're more contrarian on YouTube, and I try to be contrarian. I still think I could improve a few things that I do on here, but Donaldson says, better thank us members. Absolutely, dude. 100%. So I want to thank big time. Big Bowser's like a funniest that keeps showing up. So I do want to give a shout out to all the people who are members in this channel. I really do. Honestly, thank you, Michael Donaldson, for being a member. I appreciate, even though you're hella confused by what I do half the time, I think you understand that I'm coming from a good place, and I want to thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt. So to Michael Donaldson, I got to thank you, brother. But to every other member, like seriously, I got to admit, I've been slacking on the Secret Show. I want to put out more Secret Show episodes as well, because I think it's a fun show to do. I want to keep members coming back. I want to give people a reason to keep coming back as a member, and yeah. So the more incentives I can give people, I think the exclusive show that I do, the Secret Show, which has 4 episodes total so far. I want to do more episodes of that because I think the members deserve an exclusive show. I really do. And honestly, a 10 to 15 minute show is not hard to shoot. I can, talk over a couple 3 points. Honestly, I just usually just shoot from the cuff when I'm talking on those types of streams. So it's pretty fun. I really enjoy it. Get to talk to everybody and get to know everybody. Hello, neighbor. But yeah, it's how I roll. Michael Donaldson says, you're cool, Garza. You just like to push boundaries. I do. I like to see, I like to, make sure I'm still staying within the line of not getting banned, obviously. I'm an opinionated boy, for sure. A man. I'm an opinionated man who looks like a boy. I look like a boy. But yeah, no, overall, I enjoy having the frosting on the face, but talking about subjects that I'm interested in, that I think that, other people might be interested in, who knows, and seeing what's trending and giving my hot take on what's trending. Am I wrong or right? I don't know. I really don't know, but I'm giving you an honest opinion, and I do think that you should think for yourself, ultimately, and decide what you really want to do with the information at hand. I choose not to watch the news. That's my choice. You guys can choose to watch the news. I always present my argument that the news is really poison for the mind. Let's see. At saying what you want, Garza is doing what he wants. Yeah. I am. I mean, this is it, man. Oh, it says saying what you won't, so take that shit. Oh. Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of what I'm into, man. I like putting the frosting on my face. It's fun. Is it childish? Sure. It absolutely is. Do I care? No. I'm out here just having fun, man. At the end of the day, I'm just having a good time. It's great. I think it's just fun, dude. I just have a blast. And Michael Donaldson, I agree, man. News is propaganda. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's the problem with most of the news these days. They're really after ratings more than the truth, or trying to be accurate. And there's a lot of spiteful reporting. I mean, I feel like that, Trump can't be this bad. I also have seen Trump before he became president, and everybody seemed to love him. So I think the fact of the matter is the reason people hate him is because he used to be a Democrat and he sided with the Republicans. That's really, from outside looking in, that's what it really seems to be. And, yeah. I could be wrong on this, by the way. Could be totally wrong. Well, that's the risk you take. Sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right. Can't win them all, as the old saying goes. Hey, thank you, Sam. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, Michael Donaldson's the GOAT. We all love our Michael Donaldson on this channel. Sam Bram says the best YouTube channel on YouTube, hands down. Well, I appreciate you saying it's the best. I don't know if it is. I mean, I don't really do any editing, but I do love live streaming on the vertical lives because there's a lot of people on here. And it allows me to spread my message, and that is... Oh, God, what is my message? No, my main message really is pretty simple. Think for yourself, critically think. Be an individual. Don't be a part of the collective. I think the collective is poison. Be an individual. Seriously. Think for yourself. It's good to interact with people, but it's good to find time to accept who you are by yourself. I think people need to be more accepting of who they are, be a little more comfortable in their own skin. Blue Nose Pity says Trump is 10 times better than the other bunch of idiots. Huh. I could see that. Sam Bram says, exactly, Garza, just hearing your voice in philosophy is sufficient. Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I like I said, I live a very, I wouldn't say a simple life. I'm into things that I guess you could consider complex, but the way I live is minimalistic and exploratory. My main goal in life is to explore. Really, it is. At the end of the day. Explore, but help, and give what I can give. But, render aid and assistance where I can. Michael Donaldson says, Garza is from Oregon. I believe his message is stay weird. Well, be weird. Just don't, respect personal property, Don't be like the woke people. I think it's a given. Don't be woke. Well, be woke if you want. I think being woke is a bad idea, but I would advise against it. As Trump said, anything that goes woke goes broke, I should start doing push-ups on stream. Maybe. I'm probably going to end the stream here in just a little bit, though. I am a bit tired. I got to take a shower. I just feel stinky and disgusting. Yeah, that's Portland's slogan. Mr. Donaldson, that's Portland's slogan. Probably going to do... I only did like 7 push-ups today, so I need to up that. I told myself I'd at least do a bare minimum of 10 or 15. I'm going to try to make 15 my bare minimum, because if I did 7 today, I could be doing more. Eventually, I want to make it to where I'm comfortable doing 100 push-ups, I think, because you can make it to where your muscles get comfortable enough to do push-ups and stuff. So, that's the thing, man. Got to make it comfortable. Well, I wouldn't say comfortable. You got to get your body used to it. So, I think even spreading out my push-ups is a good thing. Donaldson says, "Go shower, Garza. I'm passing out too." Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Take that shower. I folded all my clothes. I didn't put them all away though, so I gotta put those away. It won't take long, but it'll be easy. Hell yeah, dude. Sam, get that shower in. Get that shower in. You gotta do it. Later, everybody. Make sure you guys have a good night. To all the people leaving the stream. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm going to go take a shower real quick. I'll be right back, though. I'll be right back to finish off the stream. All right? We cool? We cool, okay. BRB. kind of back. Hold on. Oh, sort of back. Nickel back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Just got done taking a shower. Feeling good. All right, welcome back to the show. We're back. Feeling good. I just got done taking a shower. Feeling pretty delicious. I'm gonna do some push-ups real quick before going to bed. I did only 7 today, which is pretty weak for my standard, at least. Yeah, normally I do better than that. Normally I do better than 7. So. All right, so I'm at 7 for the day for push-ups, but I gotta do more. Hold on. All right, that's 16 in for the day. Whew. Oh. Okay, 16. I got 16 for the day, unfortunately. I got to get my arms back into shape, man. A lot of it has to do with how much upper body I got going on. Probably didn't help that I ate an Oreo. 6 Oreos. Those things are puffed me out like crazy. Who's funding the who's funding the zombies are hungry guy? Well, who is it, man? Who's funding the zombies are hungry, dude? Because I've been curious. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who probably like the dude. Yeah, the workout helped a little bit. I've been trying to make sure I do more push-ups every day, and I only got to 16 for the day. My arms are just sore. I mean, truth be told, I'm getting a good workout because my upper, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little tubby, you know. Yeah, I could lose a little bit of weight though, for sure. But yeah, I definitely could lose some poundage. That's for sure. The DNC? So you're saying the Democrats are funding Zombies Are Hungry? That's who's funding them? Some earth-shattering news, man. I'm feeling pretty good, though, man. I'm feeling pretty buff. I just gotta really flex my arms a little bit more. But yeah, I'm getting a little more beefing out a little bit. They took a $15 million loan out last month. I love it, man. The Zombies Are Hungry guy is ridiculous. He's the greatest rapper of all time. He reminds me of a Juggalo. I think he's got like Juggalo vibes. He's got the Juggalo vibes. But yeah, I'm feeling good. Feeling good. I got all the red off my face, hopefully. I got to look at a few videos my buddy sent me. I don't know if they have copyrighted music, so I'm just going to mute the mic. All right. Sorry, I was watching some funny videos my buddy sent me, but all right, but I think we're back. Are we back? Can we ever be back? Can we ever be back? Yeah, yeah, yeah. All I know is where I'm going, and all I'm feeling now is what I gotta do for you. 'Cause everybody wants to touch my butt, and everybody's calling me a butt slut. I don't like the way everybody's talking to me. Everybody calls me a butt slut. Everybody calls me a butt slut. Well, I should probably get some sleep, everybody. I'm tired. It's a cool thing. We had a lot of people checking out the stream, though. I appreciate it big time, you guys. And we love it. We love it. Whew. I feel like I'm about ready to crap myself. Yeah. Have a good night, you guys. Yeah, I'm slowly dragging ass right now, dude. I got nothing to say. I can't believe I didn't fall right down on my face. I was confused, looking everywhere, only to find that it's not the way I had imagined it all in my mind. So what am I? What do I have but negativity? 'Cause I can't justify the way everyone is looking at me. And with nothing to lose, just stuck. I'm hollow and alone. And the fault is my own, and the fault is my own. I wanna heal, I wanna feel like I'm close to something real. I wanna let go of the pain I felt so long. Erase all the pain till it's gone. I wanna heal, I wanna feel like I'm close to something real. I wanna find something I wanted all along. Somewhere I belong. Well, I had nothing to say. I can't believe I didn't fall right down on my face. Looking everywhere, only to find that it's not the way I had imagined it all in my mind. All right, you guys, I am pretty tired. So we're going to end the stream. Make sure you guys send a like, send a subscribe. More subscribers, the better. Hold on. All right, you guys, I'm finally going to end the stream for the rest of the night. I love you guys. I want to appreciate you. Say I appreciate y'all. And